Good morning, Discord. Good morning, YouTube, TikTok, X, Instagram, all the rest. Let's get into it. Okay, so we had a bad overall economic report data. Was it jobs, the payroll jobs or something like that? So you see this significant drawdown in pre-market. There's a couple things we need to take into consideration. Okay, let me all right, look, before we get started, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel and the traders that appear in the broadcast and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you understand that, go to that website down below, livespytrading.com. I get you sorted out. All right, let's get into it. Okay, look, there's a couple things we need to take into consideration. Number one, like last time, a large move has already happened, right? Let's say from 82.87 down to 72.03. Okay, this is significant movement. I'm not saying we hit the bottom, but we have to ask that question. Today's Friday. Do they want to settle out sideways today because the move already happened? If there's going to be significant movement, it's going to look like the trading plans. Expect volatility today. Expect your stop to get smacked and continuation. Today's a perfect day for paper trading. We had a great day yesterday. Why risk any of that money? We can always come back Monday. You know, I'm not telling you what to do. I'm just saying. You know what I mean? If we want to preserve this portfolio, it's got to be a certain thing. We have to play by the rules. Today might not be the day for what we do. I put out 3 posts in the Discord. I hope everyone reads those posts. I hope everyone reads the post that I put in the Discord. I put one in the long-term plays, I put one in the trade chat, and I put one in and obviously the analysis from this morning, okay? So if you don't catch this opening drive, you can't FOMO into it. You can't FOMO into it. It's going to be hectic in here. I think we should be cautious. That's all. We're still in this lick box right here. Let's let them figure out what's going on in here. If you want to play the game today, the premiums might be high. The premiums might be high, and it'll be a shame to like buy a contract to have them smack you, you know, stop you out just to keep going. This is the environment we're in. All right, now that everyone knows, let's see what they got for us. All right, I want the Discord to pay attention to this 5-minute chart. We have to use this 5-minute chart. The 1-minute chart is not gonna be on our side today. On this red ranger right here, it's important that we look for this. I know the lick box is here, but for some reason I have the red ranger at this level, so let's just use this level here. For whatever reason, this is where it is. I'm not exactly sure why, but let's just use this level here. You see the volatility. You see what you're getting involved in, okay? Now, if you are interested in longer term type stuff, which, you know, normally we don't, you know, I don't really do that sort of stuff, but we do have a section in there for long-term plays. If you looked at my post from January 18th, one of the first options I give to hedge the portfolio was number 1, energy, and I highlighted oil. You're welcome. You're welcome for that. Look where oil is right now, okay? Look where oil is right now. And the long-term plays is obviously okay, hold on, let me focus real quick. We still have this candle just started. Jeez, look at this one candle. Within 30 seconds, look at this candle. Okay. If you're scalping, the bottom of this lick box would have been the entry. All right, we're touching, what is this, 70, 75? Let's see what they do. You're gonna have to be quick with it. This candle has 3.5 minutes on it. If you're in the Discord and you took 71.55 puts, you got to protect this, okay? And it's going to be difficult. It's going to be hard to protect it. Uh, 2.5 minutes on the candle. All right, so we broke blue. Maybe we're looking for 69.69, right? To finish off this, to close the cup. Also, we need to look at, do we have the strong move? You know, our entry, what we want to look for in the 30-minute is going to be 2 green, maybe up to 74.02, and then continuation. If that doesn't happen, we're going to look for continuation underneath 69.69, okay? If you're looking at the long term, in between here is pretty much no man's land. For the reasons I just explained. So let's see if they retrace to 71.55, retrace to 71.55. So to translate the 1 minute onto the 5 minute, we want to look for this. And we got 1 minute on the candle. I told you it's going to be really difficult to protect this. Very difficult. It has to look like this. It has to look something like this. So we tested the level. It simply must do this. I think the algos are going to be futile in the morning volatility. So, you know, we're going to do the best we can. We've already identified the environment we're in. We've already identified it. So look, almost back at market open, or where was market? Right here, 73. Let's pay attention to the wicks. Let's see if we get any wicks. We got a brand new candle here. 4 minutes on it. All right, let's see if we get the strong move to green in continuation, or if we're gonna get the break, the break, the retest, and the reject. Yeah, this daily chart, huh? This daily chart, it's looking ripe. It's looking ripe. Now look, also we have to look. We got the 200. This is kind of in striking distance. I'm not saying today, but it's in striking distance. They're building a lot of liquidity right here. You see it? You see they're building it, right? We got a minute and a half on this candle, just about. It's going to be difficult to trade in. Today's going to be difficult. At least the morning session is. We got 40 seconds on the candle. I told you, they're going to try to slap everyone's stop. They're going to try to grab the stops. Today's going to be, you got to... You know, we've been over this many times. If you haven't, it's a good day to learn. Good day to learn. Brand new candle pretty much. We got to give it some time. Look at this. This is crazy. How do you trade in this? This is tough. I mean, you know, I told you how to trade in it, but you got to be really on it. Your stops are going to have to be very uncomfortable. Very uncomfortable stops. Three and a half minutes on the candle. Okay. Okay. If you took 71.55, the Red Ranger, you know it's going to be hard to protect it, but you got to protect this trade. Okay. There we go. There we go. Okay. What is it? 69. All right, this 5-minute chart is a little bit off from the 1 minute. It's actually kind of incredible how it stopped exactly wherever I drew. You know, I'm freehanding this stuff, right? All right, let's see what they got. Here's the thing, in this type of volatility, this pullback right here, you know, it may make us think, okay, the legs are about to close right now. But then it could just be a pullback, grab the stop, and then the legs open back up. It's going to be tough today. One minute on this candle. Yeah, there's no safe. There's no real. I mean, shit. I guess a safe entry would have been on the break of the lick box, but look how hard it would have been to try to. It would have been difficult. You'd have to wait. You just would have had to wait. And, you know, put your stop above probably the top of the lick box here. But again, it's uncomfortable. It's going to be uncomfortable today. Because everyone has a bias. The market makers know that. But goddamn, look at the precision on this thing right here. Pretty good. Pretty good. Look at this. That's precision if I've ever seen it. Let's see if we get continuation though. We still have oh, we just started a brand new one. Kind of like a doji here. Essentially, this is just like a doji. You know, if they didn't hit 69.69, that would be kind of crazy, but if we get above 72.59, we gotta look the other way. What'd I say? Yeah, 72.59. If we get above this, we gotta look the other way. But as far as this opening drive right here, I mean, I literally, I couldn't have been any better than this, right? I don't think anyone could have done better than this. I don't think anyone could have done better than this right here. You know, that's precision if I've ever seen it. We got about 2.5 minutes on the candle. This is very difficult to trade in. It's gonna be very difficult. This is the type of day where you set it and forget it, and hopefully by the end of the day, your contracts are good to go. This is gonna be tough. The premiums are high, so if you want to play the game, it's gonna cost you. It's gonna cost you, because if they turn around and stop you out, look, if they turn around and stop you out, it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt because the premiums they're high today. I'll be surprised if they don't go to 69.60. I'll be very surprised. About 415 on this candle. Okay. Okay. Let's see if they can break this lick box and then get to the target. If they don't hit 69.69, I'll be very surprised. If it wants to stop on the bottom of this lick box, I'll be surprised. Not that anything should surprise me anymore, but you know, maybe just personal bias. Just a personal bias of mine. You know, today, if there's anything to learn, it's gonna let whatever needs to happen happen, and then I'll say what I gotta say, because I don't want to be looking stupid. let me let it play out. Ooh, this volatility, especially if you're in your brokerage, it's going crazy inside each candle. I told you, there's no algorithm respecting right now. We have to think on a long-term, whatever I said in the thing, this is the analysis that I gave, I think in the trade chat, or whichever one, either the analysis or the trade chat, that's probably the best thing we could have done. That's the best advice anyone could have given. And I hate imparting my bias, but I'm just saying this is my personal bias. It doesn't mean much, because the price is going to tell us exactly what the price is going to tell us. Okay. All right, for some reason this whatever this shit is, okay. Come on. A little bit more. Let's get to 69.69. Really? Couple cents off. This is tough. This is tough. Now we're still below the water, so really, they couldn't give the 8 cents or however much. They couldn't give 8 cents. If we get above the 72.59, we got to start to look the other way. Okay. Okay, I don't know why I drew this like this. It ended up being perfect, so we'll see what happens. I got nothing from here. We gotta wait. We need data. They're not respecting the algos. Not any. We need to wait. Just give me a second. We're gonna find them. We gotta let this early morning volatility settle out. We gotta let it settle out. I don't even trust this candle. I don't even trust this one. Even though they did stop everybody out at, what did I say? 70. What did I say? I think I said 72.59 or 56, something like that. Get this. I'm gonna leave this dotted line here because this is whatever I said, so. Right back at market open. Yep. There you go, Mr. Ramos. Right back at market open. If you didn't take any trades, good on you. Good on you. Today's probably not the day for this sort of stuff. At least not now. We gotta let this. Eventually, the volatility is gonna settle out. People are gonna get stopped out from whatever they thought was going to happen from their own personal bias. Like, I really did think that they were going to hit 69.69. You know, I was a couple cents off, but you know, that was my personal bias. Damn, I moved it. I'll wait till the end of this cycle, and then we'll generate some algos. There's nothing here. There's nothing really here. We need to be on a much higher time frame. If you were able to somehow get the break, retest, and reject off of this, you know, what was this? 71.55 down to 69.80. This is a good move if you were able to capitalize on this. But it would have been very difficult to. This is difficult. This is tough. But we already knew this, so no surprise. Good day to learn. Not every day is a trading day, right? Wow. Okay. even though this magenta is valid, I'm gonna start over. This is what we want. We're looking to see if they do this. Or if they're going to do this. So look, if they want to stay in magenta, or if they're going to break to the upside. All right, now we got a little more data. Should be a little bit easier. Should be a little bit easier. I think we're gonna know how to handle it a little bit better. I'm gonna clean up the chart just a bit. So either we're continuing in magenta, or we're gonna break. We're gonna make this level right here some type of support. What is this? 73.13. Whatever this level is right here. We want to see if they form support. So not only break the magenta, but also form support here. So we're going to see if we're going to stay in here or break it and do this. Okay, we just need a little more data. That's all we needed. Just some more data. I think it's going to be a little bit easier. The volatility is still going to be there for now, but I think we got it now. I think we got it. Now the buying and selling channels, that's another thing. So let's see if we're caught between. All right, everyone sees what's happening right here. Hold on, let me clean it up real quick. We need to see if we're doing this. Okay. I'm gonna get rid of this one really quick. All right, let's see if it's gonna be build in purple, break the blue. And then we want to see damn, algos aren't being respected. See them. There's something here like this. For now, dang, this is hard, but I think we want to look for build in teal and then break the magenta. There's nothing to do in here. Your best bet is to wait till above this lick box here for calls. And a break and retest underneath 69.96 for puts. That's gonna be your best bet. I'm just gonna clean up the chart just a bit. So we see this purple, we see the blue, and we see the magenta. Yeah, this is gonna have to be your best bet here if it does this, this, like that. This is our range, right? This is the range. I can probably make this a little bit better. We'll make this our range. Yeah, I put the music back. We'll see if they ban me. We'll see if they ban me or if they take down the stream. Because I went back and listened to it, and it's so like boring. It waters my eyes. It's so boring. And you know, when I started the channel, I wanted to show like day trading doesn't have to, hold on. Yeah, I wanted to show that day trading doesn't have to be extremely like boring and monotonous. So I wanted to put a little bit of flavor on it. This is tough, man. Let me I'm gonna clear all this up because it looks like a lot of kung fu. I'm just gonna make one big lick box because this is what we got. That's what we're in. This is what we're in. Look how many colors we went through in the first hour. Holy jeez. Take away this purple. Hold on. I like the teal, I like the green, I like blue, and I like magenta. So this is what we got for right now. We're gonna use it. We want to see if this magenta gets us to the top of the lick box. Let me read what I wrote this morning. Let me see if the analysis makes any sense. Okay, this is what I wrote for the morning analysis. Traders, we had a negative job report. We are seeing volatility this morning. Expect higher premiums, volatility, chop in the mornings in the AM session. Perfect day to paper trade. Some of the paths may be invalid by market open. Trade light if you decide to get involved. I left another message saying the intraday algos may not be respected today. We need to zoom out when we see big moves like this in the morning pre-market. Perfect day to learn. No need to risk anything. Consider today research and development, especially after the big wins from yesterday. And then for the long-term plays, I'll leave that for the Discord only. But, you know, I like this green. So look at the volatility inside of our green. Look at this. This is a lot to deal with for what we do, you know. Inside here, there's nothing really to do. We need to see if we get to the target, and then we'll assess from there. If you took the break of this magenta, you gotta chase this. Don't let it go against you. Don't let it go against you. Take the money and just be happy with it. So if they decide to stay inside this blue, right, it's gonna be an annoying grind. It's gonna, you know, they may hit the top of blue and then reject back down to the bottom, top of blue. It's gonna be an annoying grind. That's all I'm trying to say. And I would lean towards that because it's Friday. They like to. The move's already happened. Look at the move. The move has already happened. So now the market needs to. All right. Look, if you took the magenta, this is a win. If you took magenta, this is a win. Remember, build in teal, break the magenta to the top. This is our. Now you need to adjust your stops. Now you need to start. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying adjust. Take the money. We wanted to see if magenta can get us at the top of the lick box. That happened. This is a win. Now I'm going to put this on here. I know it's rough, but we got to do it. We got to do it because I said that would happen. Now you see how wide the buying channel is. This is the volatility inside the buying channel. This is a lot. You know, normally we have it like, you know, maybe something like this, and it's a lot easier to control. Even tighter than this. Normally it's a little bit tighter than this, but look at it today. This is what it is. This is what it is. So we understand that we found the algorithm once we broke this. Once we broke the magenta and we touched the top of the lick box, now we know we found this magenta. Took a little bit, but finally got there. Now if you're looking for an entry, you know, it'd be nice if we broke this blue. Because if we break the blue, it lets me know that we've broken this liquidity as well. But I'm gonna leave it where I had it. I don't want to make it seem like I'm trying to cook the books here. Okay, so the only entry we had was, you know, remember we're wondering if we're gonna do this. So that happened. This is a pretty good win. This is a good win. Once we figured it out, it was not so bad. It took us a little bit to figure it though. So remember, the call out was build in teal, the break of magenta. Build in teal, the break of magenta, right? That was the call out. All that happened. Yeah, we're under the water on the 5 or below the water on the 30 as well. So look, we had a strong move to the downside. We want to see if we get 2 green and then continuation. If we get above 76, we got to look the other way. On the 30-minute chart, if we get above, if we start making 76.01, let's just say 76. If we make 76 support, we got to start looking the other way. Today's also Friday. Today's Friday, so if they want to chop around inside blue, that could be a thing also. But as far as this build in teal, break magenta, this is a winner. Now you would have had to take the trade, right? You probably wouldn't have got filled here. You might have got filled here. You'd have to survive some pullback right back to where? Magenta to retest the liquidity and then continuation. Now, if you're not designed to handle any more pullback, you need to start adjusting the stop. Start adjusting your stop now. Now, technically, exit strategy 1 from magenta is about to get tested. So now you need to figure out from this point here, you need to figure out your life. Can you handle a weak, what is it? A weak bear cycle now. We'll know if it's going to be a weak bear cycle if it stays inside this green. If we break this green, then we're just in blue. And then blue is still going to be our put scenario, okay? So that hasn't changed. Let me update this 5-minute chart. Breaking magenta for Discord, right to the top of the lick box, right? All right, we're testing the top of the blue now. Now let's see what they do on top of blue. All right, we broke the blue. Let's see if they give us a little pullback or if they want to just break this level. This level here is another key level, I believe. Whatever this flexion is here, for whatever reason I have this here, it's probably another key level. Okay, I already have it marked out. That's pretty interesting. I already had it marked out on the okay. We already had it marked out on the 5-minute chart. Okay, that's pretty good. Okay. All right, Jones, I just read your comment. Damn, 1.2. Okay. And then another. So you're basically saying a lot of people. So a lot of people are buying puts, is what you're saying. Okay. We got to see what happens on the top of this blue. Either way, look, we're still in this green. We're still in this green, so the orders can come in whatever they want to say. If we're still in this green, we're still in this green. Remember, the setup is build in green, break the blue. Build in teal, break the, what is this, magenta. This is our setup. So whatever they decide to do with their money, that's on them. We already know what we're looking for. Here, this is kind of getting to the no man's land right up here. We're in the no man's land right here. All right, for whatever reason, I have this line right here, ending right here. So don't overstay your welcome. Start to adjust your stops now. If you took the break of magenta, now you got to start to adjust your stops. Because the drawdown might be a little more than what you're willing to survive. And Jones, that's why I always say that, you know, we can only go level by level, and we'll know. The market's going to tell us, because we, you know, even though someone may have put in millions and millions of dollars in puts around here, that doesn't mean anything, because we don't know if someone 5 minutes later is going to say, oh, okay, I see your million and I raise you. on calls, right? So since we don't know that that's going to happen, we have to let the market tell us instead of trying to predict it. The market will tell us, right? It's going to tell us if we build in this teal and break this magenta. The market is telling us exactly what's going to happen. If we get out of this liquidity box on a break and retest of the liquidity box, a break and retest, the market is going to tell us exactly what we need to know. Now look, for some reason I have this ending here, right? Exactly at this level. So if it goes past, great. If not, you need to start thinking about your life right now. Now, I don't know why I draw it like this. It just, whatever it is, it just tells me, but let's see what happens. Okay. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay. We're technically still in exit. I think if you'd have to use exit 2 or 3 for this. Because this one might have, no. The break here. This one might have messed you up. Right here might have messed you up. Right here. So you would have needed 2 and 3 for this one right here. But look at all this liquidity built up inside this lick box here. This is plenty of liquidity that built up. Now, I'm not exactly sure why it is that whenever I freehand draw this stuff that it usually stops wherever I stop the line, but let's just take advantage of that, I guess. Same thing happened to the way down. It was precise. The way down was precise. Let's see, I was off by, let's say 10 cents. I was off by 10 cents out of $675.90. I was off by 10 cents. Not bad. I'm okay with that. So let's see if they want to retest this down here. Because remember, what I tell you this was? No man's land right here. This is no man's land. This has been here since early this morning, before the market opened. This is why I'm telling the Discord, you have to use the 5-minute chart. The 1-minute chart is going to mess you up. It's going to mess you up. Use the 5-minute. This is our best bet. And for some reason, I had another lick box drawn to the top. Notice I didn't have it to the bottom. I had it to the top. And I even showed you where no man's land is, to the top. Now, if we're in no man's land, the market needs to figure itself out. That's all that means. All that means is that here's what's possible now. That we want to see a head, a shoulder, and then another shoulder form. And then that'll put us back into this liquidity box here. So look, before the market opened, all this is already planned out. All of it. Now we're going to see if they want to continue inside of green or if they want to break green. Look, we got to the top of blue. use the 5-minute chart. Use the 5-minute chart. It's far more accurate than the 1 minute. The 1 minute, that's for everybody else. That's for everybody else. The 5-minute is for Discord. The 5-minute is the bread and butter. If you don't understand, if you don't realize, I put a little bit special sauce on the 5-minute chart. That's why I do this early in the morning. Look. No man's land right here. No one can't say I didn't already put this here. It's been here since this morning. I should be telling you something, right? If you see what I'm doing on the 5-minute chart, let that, you gotta, I don't know how to explain it. Maybe I'm trying to give y'all like a little insight into the way I think. Now we're gonna see what they want to do here, right? Let's see if they form another this and then this. If you look at yesterday and the day before, it was the same thing. I put the liquidity boxes where I kind of expected the liquidity to go. Yesterday and today, same thing, no difference. All right, so we left this one. We broke it. They're retesting it. Now we need to see if they're going to reject it or if this is going to play out, right? So now we're just waiting. There's nothing to do here. And if you want some safety, this is still it, right? Nothing's changed. Nothing has changed. I'm just going to slide this over a little bit so we can see. There. Now we're going to see what they want to do right here. Remember, if we form support above 7601, we got to look the other way. We got to look the other way. And also, just like I said, or was it somewhere? I think it was 72.56. I said if we get above 72.56, we need to look the other way, right? Because we're at the time we're down here. I said if we get up here, we need to look the other way. We got to look this way, right? So everything happened exactly as it should. It just, you know, it was ugly to get there. So first, let them figure out this little area right here. Because we need to know if this shoulder is going to be a, let me show you. We want to know if they're going to use this shoulder as support. All right, we're still in green. We're still in green. Oh, okay, we broke green. Good morning, Crosscut Boat. We're doing all right. We're doing all right. We had a good setup right here for a call scenario. We called out the build in teal, break the magenta. That went pretty gosh darn well. I cautioned against, you know, I told everyone tighten your stops. For whatever reason, I have this line drawn to this exact point. That happened, right? This happened. I don't know anyone could do it any better. I don't know if anyone could do this shit better than me. I really don't. I really actually don't know. I haven't seen it done before. Not like this. Not like this. If you took green, because you're scalpy, you need to chase this, okay? Because we still got to worry about blue here. Now on the 1 minute, when we get down to this blue here, expect the dance, right? Expect another dance. If we get down to here. Otherwise, we're still just in blue. Do you see what needed to happen for us to look? If we would have built in teal and then broke the magenta, this would have been our entry right here. Is everyone understanding what I'm saying? Let me look at the Discord. I'm talking on the Discord specifically. Lottery numbers. All right, for the Glory. The setups are already on the screen. It's already on the screen. I can't be. We have to use the 5-minute chart. I've been telling y'all, the Discord, we have to use a 5-minute chart. This 1 minute chart, this is for YouTube and everybody else. This 5-minute chart is how we're gonna win. This is our money. This is our munion. As long as you don't over leverage and understand, you know, when I drew, especially when I drew this right here to the you know, I was 10 cents off, my bad. But even on this downward, I was like 8 cents off or something like that. And keep in mind, you know, I'm freehand drawing this stuff. I'm doing the best I can. But the setups, they're already on the screen. It's already there. Let me clean up the chart just a bit. All right, now we got to watch out for this. If they want to continue, there's still this right here we got to worry about. So if they want to continue up, we have to watch out for that, which would make this our 50-50 within the blue. So we got to make sure we're not still in blue. So we just got to wait for the setup. The market's going to tell us. We don't even have to think. We don't even really need to think. Here, I'll make the 1 minute match. I'll match the 1 minute for YouTube. All right, now the 1 minute matches on YouTube. You lucky sons of guns. Because normally I would just leave this for the Discord only. YouTube, you guys get the shitty information. You guys get the shitty information. You're on your own on YouTube. All right, we're still in this teal. Still in the teal. Now look, if we broke the green, I told you, you have to be scalping this. You have to scalp this. You can't just expect blue to hit just because. You have to scalp this. Why? Because we're still inside of the blue. That's why. We go through it every day. Every single day. It's always the same thing. You don't notice the pattern every day? Same pattern every single time. All right, we broke the teal. Let's see what they want to do on this magenta here. The downward scenario is still here. If you want any safety, it's still here. Nothing's changed. Nothing's changed for this. Look at this volatility. If they do break magenta, they could do something like this. All right, so now everyone knows the risks to the upside. If you're looking for puts, it's somewhere down here. At minimum, we have to break this blue. Minimum. And on Discord, we already see it, right? Like, all this has to happen. Or else we're still in blue. Now we're back in no man's land on the on the 5-minute chart. This candle has a minute, what is it? About a minute and a half left on it. Don't forget, it's Friday. If they want to burn out everyone's contract, that is the most likely scenario, that it goes sideways, choppy, possibly inside blue, just to burn out everyone's contract. Yeah, I don't mess around on Friday. Sometimes I mess around on Fridays, but especially after the huge move this morning in pre-market, I already knew it was going to be like this. I already knew. The only real setup we had so far was this one right here. That's the only setup we had. You know, if you're able to catch this right here, you know, good on you. But matter of fact, look where the flexion was. Look where the flexion is. Look where this wick is. Look at this wick. Look at this flexion. I mean, damn, that's pretty spot on. It's pretty spot on. It's gonna be hard to. I don't know anybody else doing this. I just don't. And I told you where to watch out if they form support, right? Right here on this shoulder. We have to watch out for this. So if you took this green, you got to scout because we didn't break the blue. We're looking forward to watch out for if they form support right on top of this shoulder. Here's the flexion. Right? If it was going to continue down, we needed to reject. What is this? Whatever this level is here, 73.77, around there. Look at this. Look at all the. There's probably an order block right here at 75.39. Let's see what they do if they break it. They probably got an order block right here at, what is this? 75.44. Got 7 seconds on this candle. Let's see if it closes above or below. Still below. If they close above the order block, I want to see a strong push up. If they close above, there's an order block right here. This is not the environment for what we do. This is big money. I'm not going to say smart money. This is big money type of, you know, because they're using other people's money. They're using all the retirement fund money. They're using hedge fund money. They're using other people's money, right? So we're using our own money. We have to wait until we know direction. Okay. Okay. Let's see where this one closes. How much? 20. Still got 20 seconds on the candle. This might be their line in the sand. Let's see where it closes. Okay. Okay. Man, this is tough. Uh-huh. Yep. If you took this magenta, you have to protect this trade. It's going to be volatile. If you took magenta, how much is it? 75.16. This is a win. This is our over 30 cents. This is our win right here. I'll let it go a little more. I want to see if we touch 76.50. All right, let's see if they retest this level right here. What is this? Around, what is this? 74.78. Let's see what they do at 74.78. as long as you don't let it go against you, you know, just take, that's what I'm saying. Take the money and leave. This is not our environment for what we're doing. Zero DTE, yada, yada, yada. This is not the environment for us. A lot of movement needs to happen to the downside from this point here. A lot of movement. Yeah, I don't even mess around on Fridays. Very rarely do I fire up the brokerage on Friday. No, Monday we did fine. Monday, no, we didn't have a bad Monday. Monday, we did fine Monday. Oh. Damn, crosscut. Damn, crosscut. You know, I would say you gotta join the Discord, but that seems a little self-serving. Let me look at the 5-minute chart really quick. See, we're back in no man's land. We're back in no man's land. If you took this magenta, you had to chase it. You had to chase it because look, this is the resistance, right? All I did was move it to the side. You had to chase this because this is resistance. Let's see what they... Damn, I moved it. Where was it? I think it was maybe somewhere here. I don't remember where I had this. Somewhere here. I want to see what they're going to do on this flexion. I'm just going to move this over. That's all I'm doing. Moving everything over slightly. Nothing's changed. Still the same setup. This probably needs to be a little bit higher. Still in no man's land right here, right? Still in no man's land right here. If you're waiting for, let's say, a put entry, all of this has to happen. All of it must happen. Now look, if we start trading on the bottom half of this blue, then that means the blue is losing strength, right? So we see bottom half of blue, top half of blue. If we start trading on the bottom half, that means blue's losing strength. And then we just had to wait for the death spiral. The death spiral is going to be when it does this. When we break blue, retest, and reject. All right, look, we see a possible rejection of 7601. So we got 15 minutes left on this candle, just about. So what we want to see in our 30-minute chart is we got our strong move. We're going to look for 2 green and then the red continuation. If we don't get red continuation, then that means we're going to form support above 76. So we got to wait for all this to happen. We got about 2 minutes on this candle. coming up to lunchtime now. Expect the compression here. Let's see if they made secondary. We got 6 minutes left on this 30-minute candle. 1 minute left on this 5-minute candle. Look, one of these two things must happen. It has to happen, right? Either it's going to go break, retest, reject underneath. What is this? 72.95 around here like this, or it's going to be this. It has to. The reason why, because if it doesn't, that means we're just checking chart for the rest of the day. So this is just math. It has to happen. One of these things must happen. The way you play it, that's on you. We're still in no man's land right here. All of this must happen. Or, like I said, like I've been saying, so one of these things is going to happen, whether you like it or not. Take that, take that. It's gonna happen. It has to. So from this point here, you don't need to think too much. You know what has to happen for the puts. You know what has to happen for the calls. You don't need to think anymore. You don't need to be, if you're already in the trade, then you're in the trade, but just gotta let it all play out now. Here, I'll draw it again really quick. See the no man's land? It must happen. We identified this before the market opened. Before. Not, I'm not going to show up after the fact and be like, look what I knew. This is before the market. So now we just need to wait for the setup. It's going to happen. Now look, it's volatile. So if it turns around and slaps your stop, there's nothing you can do about that. They just started lunch. The compression time's starting. You need to think about this as well. If they did want to chop around between green and, what is this? This red Ranger and green Ranger, highly likely. Highly likely. when we get big economic data, we have to understand that there's going to be people that have to cover their positions. They're going to have to cover their positions, which is going to cause the volatility that we're seeing currently. If you're in here, it's going to be, if you're in no man's land, it's going to be rough. If you already got chopped up, as long as you don't over leverage, you'll be fine. Now you're waiting for the setup. Now you're waiting for the next setup, right? As long as you don't over leverage, you're gonna be fine. But I'm telling you, one of these things is gonna happen. It has to. This is just math. You need to ask yourself, if you're taking a trade now, are you comfortable with staying in the trade for the next hour and a half? You need to ask yourself that. You need to ask yourself, are you willing to take profit when it presents itself and not be upset if it keeps going in the direction you had already guessed? Because from here, we don't know. We don't know. We see we're at a 50-50 right here. Here, let me put it. I'm just going to slide this over. Let me see something. Are you going to be okay with sitting in this range for the next hour? Look, we had our morning move, compression time. If anyone's been paying attention since this morning, I said, watch out for the rejection on 76. I said, watch out for this rejection. If we get above and form support, that's different. But if you've been listening since this morning, this was a very important level here. Okay, we got some movement back into the lick box. Back into the lick box here. Now we have our 50-50 right here, so let's see what they want to do. We need to see a break, a retest, and a reject. It has to do that. Now, if it breaks blue and it just shoots down, my bad. My bad. I'm just telling you what an ideal setup would look like. We're not an ideal environment today, right? But other than that, we're in blue until we're not. We're in blue until we're not. All right, look, do we see what's happening? Do we see? Maybe we have a, oh, let me see. Why? Why did that just happen? All right, so we need to see if we're going to form this right here. We need to see if either this or this. Either one. We don't know yet. We'll find out. But for the put scenario, all of it must happen. We need to break it, retest it, and reject it at this level. Right here at this level, right here, wherever I'm highlighting. I'm gonna clean up the chart just a bit. Well, Discord, you guys should be able to read this. If you're having a hard time reading it, you gotta let me know. You guys get it. Okay. All right, David. All right, David. All right, David. David's been paying attention. David's been paying attention. I'm telling you, like, I'm going to do the same thing every single day. Eventually, you're going to start to realize the patterns. Eventually, you're going to realize the patterns, and you're going to understand where your best bet is on your own, right? You know, your own risk. You're going to have to figure out your own risk tolerance, but eventually you'll see it. It's always the same patterns. Now, sometimes they're more volatile than the others, and we have to be aware of where we're putting our stop loss. You have to be aware of if the stop is extremely, meaning the risk to reward. If the risk to reward isn't there, you need to be okay with. You need to be okay with your risk management. That's all I got to say. As long as you're okay with the risk management, as long as you don't over leverage, we're gonna be fine. We're gonna be fine as long as you don't over leverage. Now again, you got to measure risk to reward to 76 on this play right here. So just let whatever needs to happen happen. Still inside. We got 1 minute on this candle. Are you talking about the Green Ranger cipher? The Green Ranger is going to be the break, retest, and reject of the Green Ranger. If that's what you're talking about, green. If you had the 5-minute chart, you'd already know what the setups are. You'd already know. It wouldn't be a question. We got this brand new candle right here, so let's see what they do. Here, I'll put up the 5-minute chart. You can take a look at it. Take a look, take a screenshot if you need to. Take a screenshot now. 5, 4, 3, 2. We got 4 minutes on this candle just about. Three and a half minutes on the candle. They're dancing right on the magenta right now. 3.5 minutes. It's important we don't front run. Let what needs to happen happen. Use the 5-minute chart. Use the 5-minute chart. 2.5 on the candle. So look, if you were to front run, that means you already assumed that this magenta was going to break before it actually did, because we used the 5-minute chart, right? So there's no way to know that. We still got 2 minutes left on it. Minute and a half on this candle. Let's see if they give us a hammer, a doji, or the or inverted hammer. Still got a minute and change on this candle. Yeah, we got to be patient. We got to wait for this sort of stuff because they know exactly what we're thinking. They already know. They already know. 1 minute left. And again, from here, we have to measure our risk to reward, right? If we want this magenta here, look at the volatility and risk to reward. Can you survive to 76? That's all we can ask for, 76. Look what happened with the candle, right? If you front run it, it's not gonna be nice. It'll be way easier if you just let what needs to happen, because we may not get 100% of the move. Because you could be like, well, what if this candle were to go way up here and I could have got in right on the break? Sure, that may happen, but our best bet is to wait for the candle to close so we know for sure that they're breaking this liquidity. We have to know that they're breaking the liquidity. We may not get 100% of the move, but we'll get something out of it. If it breaks, we'll get something. All right, brand new candle here. And then sometimes you can, let's say brand new candle starts and it shoots all the way up, then maybe you got an idea. Maybe you get an indication, right? I'm not saying every time you need to wait for the candle to close. It's best practice. Best practice. Okay, here we go. It takes time, brother. This takes time. Eventually, you'll see your biases led you in the wrong direction, and you'll get tired of playing bias, and you'll just let the charts tell you what it needs to tell you. Eventually, you'll get tired of it. It happens to everybody. You'll see that we have, I'm going to explain why our probabilities are very high when we win. I'll explain why. Let's see if we hit 76 here. Still got 3 minutes on this candle. About 2 minutes on the candle. One and a half. Okay. Let's see if we can break this resistance right here at 75.69. Struggle at 75.69. Okay. Now they tried 76.03 once, twice. This is gonna be the third, if they get to it. This is gonna be the third attempt at 76.03. Okay. 76.03 hit. Now look, let me go through. I know this is a little bit late, but if you took this magenta right here, right? If you took this magenta, because this is the original one, you would have had to put your stop uncomfortable below the last low. So if you took this one, your stop was below the last low, and then you had to survive all this. You have to survive all this to get your second bite at the apple. So if you didn't take your profit, remember I was like, look, we made our 30 cents. You better start thinking about your life right here. If you didn't take your profit here, then you would have had to wait for the drawdown. And then here's your second bite at the apple. So breaking magenta, your stop goes below the last low. This is uncomfortable. I get it. Now you get a chance. If you would have stayed with it, you'd be in profit now, but not by a lot, but you'd be in profit, or you can at least mitigate any loss. I know today was uncomfortable. It's like that sometimes, but this is what it is. This is what it is. We got to stick to it. It's our best bet. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, Mr. Ramos. Hell yeah, you got to stick with it, right? You just got to stick with it. I know it's uncomfortable. This would have been significant drawdown, or excuse me, from this break of magenta all the way down here would have been significant drawdown. However, we knew our put scenario had to be here. It had to be. I'm not saying it's not going to happen, but just not yet. Here's our second bite of the apple. We know 76 is going to be major resistance. We already know that. $76 is our major resistance. Now, if they form support here, all right, maybe we look for our long entries. Let me clean up this chart just a little bit. I'm gonna take away. Here's the flag, right? Here's our bull flag. I'm gonna take it away just so we can see a little bit. I'm gonna take away the path. So we're left with all we were really left with was our put scenario had to be break, retest, reject. This is our put scenario. The call scenario had to be the break of the magenta, and then you chase it to resistance. That's the only option we had, really. Now look, because this is our resistance, all I have to do is move this over. We're still talking about the same thing here. We're still talking about the same thing. Nothing's changed. You just got to be, understand where this is our resistance. We already knew this. As long as you understand risk management. And look, I know today was, look at this drawdown from the break of this original magenta here. This drawdown's significant. And your stop technically would have had to be underneath the last low. And, you know, maybe a little bit lower, actually. A little bit lower. That's just what it is. But again, we're in blue until we're not. We're in blue until we're not. We'll know when blue's done when we break, retest, and reject outside of blue. That's when we'll know. Otherwise, we're guessing. It's always the same thing. I'm going to repeat the same thing over and over and over. Let's see if they got secondary liquidity here. Back into no man's land. We're back in no man's land. We've been in here for a while. So until something like this happens, on a break, retest, and reject, there's really no put scenario. It just hasn't presented itself. We need to know that we stopped out everybody up here. Watch. Watch, watch, watch. Does everyone see it now? Look at this is very difficult to trade in. 76 is a major resistance. 1, 2, 3, 3 attempts. 3 attempts at 76. So it's major resistance. This is very difficult to trade in. I'm gonna clean up this 1 minute chart. We should be paying attention to this 5 minute chart. Yeah, so we see the pattern, right? Rejection. So buy put on the top, buy call on the bottom. Buy put on the top, call on the bottom. Put on the top, call on the bottom. Same pattern. This is why you see it. We already had it marked out. Since this morning, this has already been marked out. Put on the top, call on the bottom. Put on the top, call on the bottom. We knew this before the market opened. Got 30 seconds on this 30-minute candle. Wick, wick, wick. And even this break of this is hard to catch. This number one, this is hard to catch. And then you really would have had to chase this. But we know where resistance is, so. It's Friday. If they wanted to burn out in here all day, that wouldn't surprise me. That would not surprise me if we just stayed doing this all damn day. Right in no man's land. Wouldn't surprise me. It's lunchtime. You're right. It's lunchtime, right? The compression. We had our morning move, compression time. Mr. Ramos is paying attention. He's been paying attention. I literally already marked out what I have a green ranger and I have a red ranger. If you're playing around in here, there's nothing I can do. There's nothing I can do. I already have it marked out on the 1 minute. I already have it marked out on the 5 minute. We have to understand, big economic data came out and it was negative. The negative move already happened. The market needs time to absorb this. So, you know, what I see is the market, the absorption is they're grabbing liquidity before possibly the next leg down. If that happens today or Monday, I don't know. But that makes more sense to me. That we need to grab liquidity before the next leg down. If they decide they want to fake everybody out for some insane reason, we know where the fake out is going to be. We see it right now. We have a green ranger right here telling us when this is going to be done. When everyone gets stopped out for the puts, it's probably going to be above green. When the calls get stopped out, it's probably going to be below 71.55. Or excuse me, 69.69. Still in no man's land. Still in blue until we're not. Still in blue until we're not. I know it looks ugly, but this is us understanding liquidity and how it works. The market simply must do a certain thing. It must do a certain thing. Now they're knocking back at the door on 76. This is, in technical terms, what they call a short squeeze. Everyone that wanted to go short, they're squeezing them out. They're squeezing their stop losses, right? We see the line in the sand. We clearly see the line in the sand on a much higher time frame. On a higher time frame, we see what the line in the sand is. We don't even need to question it. If we break, retest, and reject and make this support, then we'll look for a long entry. Until then, there's nothing really to do in here. I already have it marked out. Here, let me update this chart too. I'll update this one. We really only had one play for the day. We really only had one. I'm going to read my analysis for anyone who just joined. The analysis from this morning. Traders. We had a negative jobs report. We are seeing volatility this morning. Expect higher premiums, volatility, chop in the morning session. Perfect data paper trade. Some of these paths may be invalid by market open. Trade light if you decide to get involved. There's only so much I can do, you know. I've identified the scenario before market open. This is not our environment. This is for what do they call smart money, right? That's what they call it. I call them exit liquidity. But as long as we understand how to play it, if we understand how to play it, we'll be fine. But understanding how to play it means you gotta be okay with a major drawdown before it goes in your favor. That's what that means. Monday, much better day. Monday, we're going to get direction. Monday, the algos are going to be hitting. I'm telling you. Friday, they're going to burn out contracts. They want to expire. They want to make them worthless. The move already happened. We need to have a significant move for anything serious, right? Down to 69.69 or above with support above 76. It just has to be like that. If you're able to scalp some of this, good on you. If you're able to get some of this, good on you. Up in here is going to be rough. In no man's land. It's going to be rough. Oh, wait. We're breaking. Hold on. All right, it looks. All right, we got 19 seconds on this candle. We might be breaking this blue here on the 5 minute. We might be breaking this blue on the 5 minute here. So for puts, it needs to be not only the break of blue, but we need to break, retest, and reject whatever this level is here. I think it's 7403. Yeah. So all this needs to happen. But we see weakness in blue, right? Because we were trading the bottom end of blue. the bottom half of blue. We move to the top half of blue, the rejection off the top half of blue, back to the bottom half of blue, right? You see the pattern? Rejection on 76, rejection on 1, 2, 3, 4 attempts to break 76. If they stay right in no man's land for the rest of the day, that's it's more likely than not. Our 5-minute chart looks a lot more clean than the 1 minute. We're back to the 50-50, so we don't know. We don't know from here, and neither does the market. So unless you know something I don't, you gotta be patient right here. We need to see a strong move to the downside with a retest and a reject. We saw the strong move here with a retest, but we didn't get any continuation. So when I'm telling you it has to look like this, I'm telling you what it needs to look like. It has to do what I'm saying, or else there's no trade. And look, let's say if it breaks this blue right here and just continues down and never looks back, my bad, right? My bad. I'm trying to give you some type of quote unquote safety. This is the best we can do. This is the best we can do. In this environment, this is what we got. We already knew it was going to be like this. If you read the long-term what is it? The long-term plays in the Discord, if you read that message and you need some more clarity on how to play it, send me a DM. You can do a leaps, you can do or you can just pretty much just buy the call. Oh, excuse me, buy the call. And remember, that's just a cheap way to go about hedging. It's inexpensive. You might be able to make a couple bucks off of it, but it's inexpensive and it's a good way to practice. Good way to practice hedging. Hedging, remember, is just insurance. Just in case. Especially considering we're not far from the 200 MA. We're not far. All right, I'm gonna clean this up just a little bit so we can see. I'm gonna leave it. I gotta leave it. Okay. 27 seconds on this candle, so it broke the blue with 20 seconds left. We got to see if they close. It broke secondary liquidity as well. Now we got to see if they close. Still got a little bit of room on this 1 minute. We got to see if they close where they close. All right, we started that's close. Wait for all this. I think right in here is going to be tough. Right in here is going to be tough if we get down here. Okay. Okay. All right, Discord, if you took the break of blue, you got to chase this, right? You got to chase this one. I'm going to erase this one. Or, no, I'll leave it for a little bit. I'll leave it for a little bit. I'm just going to slide it over. I got to leave it for a little bit. Because we're at the 50-50, right? We need to see the retest and the reject. Still inside on the 1 minute. Come on, Raul, stop spamming the goddamn chat. I'm just kidding. Quit spamming the chat, Raul. God dang, you want attention. Let's all pay attention to Raul. Raul needs a hug. His dad never gave him a hug. All right, so we had the break. Maybe a retest here. We got 2 minutes on the candle. We're gonna see if the shoulder's gonna form. It's right on the 50-50 right here. About a minute on this candle. So we see the break. We're seeing a retest. Let's see if we reject underneath. What is this? 7403. Ten seconds on the candle. Still inside no man's land, right? Still above the water on the 5 minute. Oh man, rough day. This is why I don't trade on Fridays. This is why. Monday through Thursday is hard enough. Why risk it on a Friday? I hope we all understand there's nothing to do inside here, right? There's nothing, absolutely nothing to do inside here. You see why I didn't give up on the 50-50? This is why I didn't give up on the 50-50. Because certain things must happen. We saw the break, we saw the retest, but we didn't see any continuation. Certain things must happen. I can't. This was the best showing of what I'm saying. This is the best example of what I'm saying. None of this matters until the certain thing happens. None of this matters until all this happens. Perfect rejection off this blue right here. We're in blue until we're not. There's no algorithms here. This is supply and demand. I've been trying to take a break for so long, but it keeps making keeps drawing me back in. It keeps drawing me back. I think, oh, okay, here's the move, and then it goes the other way. Oh, okay, well, still not there. Here's the move now. No, okay, not yet. This is what I am going to do. I'm going to take a break. I'll be right back. Don't overtrade. I need to circulate some blood. I suggest you do the same. All right, look, before I go, look. We're in blue until we're not. Once we break blue, then we'll see what they want to do, right? And even when they do break this blue, we have to watch out for a formation of a secondary liquidity, okay? So your best bet is whatever I have on the screen, actually. It's already on the screen. I don't know what else to say, but, you know, I don't want us to get overzealous inside of look, we already knew this is no man's land. I don't want to get overzealous in here. Certain things need to happen. If it doesn't happen, that means whoever needed to be stopped out has not been stopped out yet. That's all this means. And actually, let me see if they, okay, now see how they draw me back in? Let's see if they close below the blue. All right, close below the blue. Let's see what they got. Allow all of it to happen. All of it needs to happen. I'm just going to move it over. I'm just moving everything over. We're at the 50-50 right here. We're on the 50-50. Okay. Okay. Now I gotta stay. Now I gotta stay. They keep drawing me back in. We see a lot of support right here at, what is this level? 73.41. Here, let me show you what I'm talking about. Look. All right, look. You see 73.41-ish, whatever this level is right here. Hit once, right here, right here, right here, right here, all over here. So you see the range? This was liquidity grab. Liquidity grab right here to key level 76.03. This is very important level right here. And then once we get past this, we're gonna look for this down here. We need to have a break, a retest, and a reject on our 5. Ooh. On our 5. It simply has to look just like this. Otherwise, we're just stuck in no man's land. We have 1 minute on this candle. This is why I have this blue right here. This is the one we really want. Inside here, there's nothing to do. We want this one down here. For puts, right? For calls, it has to be like this. "30 minutes says we're sideways. I would have preferred maybe, at least like maybe a green doji for this candle. A green doji right here would be ideal. Because at least that'll tell us something about maybe a break a retest. I'm not saying that we can't have a red, because it's obviously retesting this level, but a green doji would just make me feel good about myself. We broke the blue here. We retested the blue. Let's see if they want to reject underneath the blue. Now look, major support right here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 6 touches on this, whatever the bottom of this lick box is. We see a break of blue, a retest. Maybe we're going to see the rejection of blue. We'll know once we get underneath whatever this level is, whatever this line is here. Let's see if on our 5-minute chart, if we get the break, the retest, maybe a significant red hammer. A green doji would be nice though. And we still got a lot of time on the candle, 3 minutes. Inverted hammer. An inverted hammer or a green doji would facilitate some more, you know, give us some idea. That'll be nice. If it just shoots down from here, it shoots down. But we're still at the 50-50. This is our 50. Oh wait, I pulled the wrong thing. Eesh, come on. Still at the 50-50 right here. Major support right here. We got to break this support. So again, a significant inverted hammer or a green doji would give us some idea about if they're going to form a shoulder here. Let's check the 30 minute. 30 minutes says completely sideways. The 30 minute is saying exactly sideways. One minute on the candle. Now, I'm not really the one for candle reading like this, like what I'm saying, like green doji, yada, 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 but it is what it is. This is the environment we're in. So if we get a green hammer, we don't want to see that, right? So a green doji would be ideal. Or an inverted, a significant inverted red inverted hammer. $20 seconds on the candle. If we get back above 74.53, wherever my dotted line is, I'm going to take a break. I'm going to walk away for a little bit because we're just chopping sideways. All right, so the break, retest. Let's see if we reject back under. Let's see if we get a rejection here. We need to break whatever this level is. Whatever the bottom of this shit is right here, we need to break it. Okay. I'm gonna look for some continuation. We still got 4 minutes on this candle. So we got 4 minutes on the candle and we got to deal with this resistance right here, or this support right here. So I like that we broke the blue, retested the blue, and possible rejection on the blue. We're gonna find out if we get below, if we break 70. Okay. Okay. All right, let's see what they got. Okay. All right, Discord. If you took the break and retest, you got to protect this trade. Okay. You got to protect this trade. I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying to be reasonable. Take whatever the money is. Be happy with it. It was a long time and a long wait for this moment right here. Now we're on the 1 minute 50-50 right here, okay? Let me there. All right, I'm gonna clean up this right here. If you waited for the break and retest, you got to chase this, okay? I'm not saying to stop yourself out. I'm saying follow the exit strategy now. Or you know, if you want to do key level, if you want to do, the red candle is going to scare me out, meaning on your brokerage, it's going to look red when it goes against. So technically our entry should have been on this break right here. 74.06. You put your stop above the last high. Uncomfortable stop, but you let your winner win. All right, now let's see what we got. See what they got. Okay. All right, we're gonna have to put this one. We're gonna have to post this one because this one we worked for. This one we worked for right here. Everyone cool? Okay. There we go. There we go. Oh my, okay. Jeez, took a long time. What the hell? All right. All right, just don't ever say you're welcome. We're at the 50-50 on the 1 minute. Oh man. Okay, we did it. This took some work. This took some work. Well, you know, a lot of focus and patience. We're gonna call it from 73.83. Right now we're at 72.60. This is good money. This is good money. Now we're right on this shoulder here. So if you want to take profit here, whatever, fine. If you're gonna wait, you know, if you're gonna wait a little bit, you gotta wait for the break and retest underneath this shoulder as well. Man, this was tough. I don't know if it was like tough, but you know, we had to wait. We had to. I'm putting this win on the break and retest because everything happened the way, you know, now it happened the way we needed it to happen, right? We at least needed to see this green. We at least needed to see a green. Minimum, we needed to see some type of green to know we're retesting, and then this red was the rejection. Now look at the money we printed. Look at the money we printed. Yeah. This is a good win here. This is a good win. We needed this one. The break, the retest. We walked through this whole entire thing together. We walked through this one together. There it is. There it is. Oh man. All right. Took us a little bit. Look what we had to go through. We had to go through all this. Maybe scalping a couple on magenta here. We had to scalp a little bit. All right. Now remember, do not consider this financial advice. Trading stocks involve risk. The owner of the channel, the traders that appear in the broadcast, and their affiliate companies are not liable for any losses inflicted in relation to its content. Once you're done reading that, go to that website down there below, livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted. I will get you sorted out. This was textbook. Textbook. This is easy money right here. I mean, we had to wait. We had to wait a little bit, but it was worth the wait, huh? Now you see what I'm saying. Certain things need to happen. We have to see the break. We have to see the retest. And then look, we're looking for this rejection at exactly 7403. This is kind of easy. I'm not going to say easy, but I can't say it because YouTube doesn't like it. They want me to tell you it's extremely difficult to make money like this. But I mean, I'm pretty sure my record speaks for itself. So, and I didn't know this was going to be here, so don't ignore this. This didn't form yet. I didn't know it was going to be here. If it does hit, whatever. This is not part of it. If anything, it should be probably like that. So we're going to look for 71.97 back to key level. If you want to take profit on key level, okay, nothing wrong with that. However, if you're following exit strategy 1, we're still in the play, right? We're still in the play. Look at the money we printed. There it is. Look at this money. We did this one together. Everyone walked through this one together. I told you exactly what I wanted to see. Exactly what we needed to see, right? The break. All right, we're retesting. We at least need to see a green. I wanted to see a doji. We didn't get the doji, but we got the rejection on 7403. Enough said. Enough said. Nothing more needed to be said, right? Certain things need to happen. We need a break, retest, and reject. When I said over here, we had a break, a retest, and a fail. Over here, we had a break, a retest, and a fail. This was the only one that went break, retest, and reject. The only one below the lick box, right? Below the lick box into this next lick box. So we knew the call scenario had to be up here. Had to be up here. The put scenario, if you're risking it, was on the break of blue. The break of this blue right here. And if you're in the Discord, it was the break and retest underneath 7403. Easy money. It's a key level. Now you need to figure out your life now, right? Are you willing to deal with the drawdown of maybe a weak bull cycle? Or do you want to take money on key level because you work hard for this right here? This is a good move. If you got in on the break, and we announced it, the break of blue here, we announced it. And I even said, I like the fact that it's breaking, retesting blue, and rejecting blue, because the break and retest also works for the diagonal liquidity, right? Because liquidity goes diagonally and horizontally. So I like the break, the retest of the diagonal liquidity, and then the rejection. It was easier to see that here. The break, the retest, and the rejection. Oh man. All right. My eyes are burning so bad from staring at the screen. Just staring hard as shit at this screen. But look, if you didn't take any trades and you're taking your time and you're learning, you're understanding, now you see certain things must happen. If it doesn't happen like that, then there's no setup. There may be a setup for someone else's strategy, but not for ours. We have a very specific criteria. Very specific criteria. Look how, hold on. Remember what I said? Look at this. You got to rewind the tape. Remember what I said? We got heavy resistance right here. If we break through this, different story. If we break through this heavy resistance, or excuse me, support, this heavy support, I even went back and said, look, we touched it once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, 5, 6 times. This right here. This is why I have this very, look, see this one? This is not on accident, right? This is on purpose. Very easy, very simple. Very simple. Man, we work for that one. Everyone cool, everyone stayed away. Yeah, today's Friday. Might as well stay away, stay out of it. No big deal. But at least now we got a chance to see what needs to happen. It can't just be vibes. It can't just be, you know, well, we got 1 red candle. We got 2 red candles. It's got to be something else. Got to be something else. We want to see confluence. Confluence is what, you know, ideal. Now this is a little crooked and it's going to bother me. Still crooked, it looks like. All right, come on. No. Still looks crooked, but that might be in my head. I've been staring at the screen for too long. Now look, I didn't know that this was going to be here. So if it does form here, then that's just luck. I had no idea this was going to be here. If you're waiting for an entry, you want to wait for below this red on a break and retest below the red. Or no. What did I say? Right here, 669. Wait for all this. If it doesn't happen, then it doesn't happen. They're just gonna chop around back into whatever it is. If you didn't take your profit by now, then you're sitting trying to figure out, are you gonna hold for the week bull cycle? This is what you need to figure out. But you know, again, I have to tell you, I gotta say it, that resistance at 76, like, there's only so many times I could say it. 76 is gonna that's gonna be the line in the sand, which is why we have it up here. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. I'll be right back. I need to circulate some blood. Do not overtrade. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Damn. Let's see if they reject back underneath this shoulder again. Let's see if they reject 7403. We have 120 on the candle. And clean up the chart just a bit. All right, we're gonna see if they wanted a much deeper break, retest, and reject. So now we gotta figure that out right now. Got 17 seconds on the candle. I'm just gonna drag this one over just a tad. There. I'm gonna drag this one over. This was our 1 minute 50-50. So we need to see if they're going to reject the shoulder, right? We want to see if there's a break, retest, reject. We need to see if that's going to happen. 3 minutes on the candle. If we get back above 7403, I just moved it. God darn it. Where was it? We got a line in the sand here somewhere. So look, inside of here, this is at your own risk. Inside this green and red, that's at your own risk. You're scalping. If we're inside of this, if we're inside of green and red right here, this area, this is scalping. If we get above or below, let it run a little bit. Now they're going to come back from lunch, so now we're going to see what they want to do. We want to see if they're going to break, retest, and reject. We're going to see if this shoulder is going to form. We got a minute and a half on the candle. And we know that 7403, this is some type of line in the sand for them. Whoever they are, you know them. You know they, them. Whoever they are. $30 seconds on the candle. So we might have, we saw the volume, we saw the downstroke, whatever you want to call it. Now let's see if the volume's coming back up, right? See how it's doing this? Let's see if the volume's coming back up. It's important that we don't expect too much, right? Because the market already had the big move in pre-market. We already had the big move in pre-market. You see what I'm saying? This is already a big move. Like, this is a lot of, that's a lot of movement. So maybe it just needs to settle out. Today's Friday. It's not unheard of. As long as you're in and out, get your money and get out, you'll be fine. I think we're just going to stay on the 5-minute chart for a little bit. Because the 1 minute, it's not advantageous. All right, we're back inside this little area right here. I think I just did a whole bunch of talking on mute. My bad. I was on mute. Yeah, so there were, yeah, we had puts, but I mean, it didn't really move the market. All those puts didn't really do much as of yet. If those puts are gonna hit, this needs to happen. We need to reject whatever this level is here, 7403. Because if they bought all the puts, which makes sense, right? To buy puts at the resistance, you know, they're second guessing themselves right now. All this needs to happen. We need to reject 7403. This is the line in the sand. Or minimum, we need to break, retest, reject the lick box right here. At minimum. Okay. 20 seconds on the candle. Let's see if they push it all the way down and make this a inverted hammer. A red inverted hammer would be yeah, I'm still going, bud. A red inverted hammer would be nice. Didn't give it to us. Look, we might be seeing this right here, right? The volume coming back up. Here, look, you guys want to learn how to read volume real quick? All right, everyone pay attention. Usually, I think you see volume profiles from the side, but if you want to use it from the bottom, it's the same idea. Look where the volume spikes are, and look what the price does, right? So that means there's a lot of buying and selling right here at this area. And then when it levels out, see how it goes sideways? Not a lot of interest here. So then if we get back down to here, we're going to start seeing the spike again, right? That's what that's saying. That this level, wherever this is the interest. This is the interest. So it should... we got 3 minutes on the candle. We need to see if we reject 7403. So on the 1 minute, this is our 50-50 still. It's right here. Let's do it like this. I'm just gonna clean up some of these. All right, does everyone now see why I have this 50-50 right here? This is why this is here, because there's this possibility. For this to play out, this needed to happen. We needed to break, retest, and reject. But what ended up happening was they hit it 50-50 reversal. So when I said this blue would be ideal, now you know what I'm talking about. This one you could have scalped to key level, sure, but this would have been the ideal if we broke this one. And then this shoulder probably would have been like this, right? If we get above 7603, Does everyone see now why I put this 50-50 right here? This is why. This is why the 50-50 is here. There's, you know, if you're looking for puts, you got to wait till underneath at least. Because at this point here, we won't know. We won't know until this point here. This is why that 50-50 is right here. And I gave it a little bit of height for a reason. See that? I gave it a little bit of height for a reason. Testing 76 again. See the bigger bolt now? Yeah. Like this. That's why that 50-50 is right here. That's what I'm trying to tell you guys. Whatever you're thinking, I've already thought of it. I've already gone through the process hours ago. I've already been through all the thought process. That's why I'm telling you, certain things need to happen. It just must be like that. If it's not like that, then there's no trade. They're testing 7603 again. Another one. So look, let's see if we get a strong push, 2 red, and then a green continuation. Meaning, if you took this magenta here, this is a win. If you took this one, you need to start thinking about your life, right? We got back to key level. You see what's happened every other time. Don't be greedy. Okay? Struggling at 70, whatever this level is. Struggling right here. Let it be a clean break. So I'm pretty sure we can see that when they broke this liquidity box right here at whatever this time is, 12 whatever, this liquidity grab before the next push up. That's why there's a 50-50 right here, because we have to protect against the liquidity grab. How do we protect against it? By allowing for the break, the retest, and the reject. That's how we protect against the liquidity grab or the stop hunt, whatever you want to call it. So now let's see if we get the strong push, the 2 red, and then green continuation. They do not want to break 76. Oh my goodness. There's a lot of puts on 76. A lot of puts on 76. They really want to short squeeze the... Everyone who bought puts up here and here and here, they're really defending this. They don't want to get stopped out. They don't want to get stopped out. They're really defending this. If we make 76 support, they're going to get stopped out. A lot of defense. We can see it, right? Look at the big drawdown from 76. But we're high above the water, so let's see what they got. The legs still haven't closed either. The legs are still a little bit open. If we break this green here, this one right here, let me highlight it, then it's going to be more chop. If you took this magenta here, you need to start adjusting your stops. This lick box is held up all morning, or all day rather. All day this lick box is held up. Hell yeah, 5:15. That's a good day. All right, Mr. Ramos, you might look. We're late in the day. Theta's gonna start kicking in. You might want to. We're not gonna get these opportunities much more. So. But in a choppy day like this, up 5:15. That's good stuff. Real good stuff. Okay, yeah. Good. Be done. Be done, brother. Good job. Good job today. Yeah. We're still doing this thing right here, right? So look, if you follow the strategy, break of magenta right here for the calls, you can either take at key level, or if you want to be a little more conservative, you take on or a little more risky, excuse me, then you take profit on the break of this green. And if you're really risky, you're holding while we're above the water, you're hoping for a weak bear cycle. But yeah, be done, man. Be done. You did good work today. Yeah, you too, brother. Enjoy your weekend. If there's any hope of this going up, at least to test 76 again, this one needs to go green. This candle right here needs to go green. Yeah, I'm about to enjoy my weekend. I'll be on here another maybe 15, 20 minutes. And then if they're just going to chop around and burn out the contracts, then that's highly, highly likely. Highly likely. Because look, the move already happened. The move happened already. You know, the market needs to let this digest and absorb. If there's any possibility of going up, this candle needs to go green. Minute 45 on this, or minute 30. Okay, I'm back. I was on the phone for a brief moment. Again, rejection at 76. Rejected. Even if I do, I'll probably leave the stream going and I'll check in every now and again. But you know, this is just chopping here. There's nothing really to do. I'm gonna put an alert on 76. Maybe I should put a little bit above 76, huh? We'll make sure we get some distance first. A little bit above. We'll make sure we get a little bit of distance. I'm gonna put an alert here. I'm gonna leave this one right here though, because I already know. I already know. There's nothing more to think about on the bottom end. On the top side, you know, 76 is the that's the thing. But I'm still here. I'll let you guys know when I step away. Hell yeah. All right, Rhino. Yeah. So here's what it is. As long as we're inside of the liquidity box, when one of the algos break, it's okay to take it, but you got to know you're scalping within this range, right? We knew where the resistance was, so as long as you're doing that, you know, you should be fine. You know, when I have these like this, for example, let's say this play right here, this is for extra safety, right? These are the, I'm not going to say 100%, but these are the more reliable setups. Inside here, if you're taking it, you have to understand you got to chase it. You really got to chase it tough. And I'm glad you made it, right? I'm glad you know, you saw me, you saw me do the setup, right? The build in teal, the break of this. I get it. So I'm not saying you shouldn't have taken that, especially on the 50-50 right here. You know, that just made sense. And we know where the target is already. So that makes sense. I'm talking to you specifically, Rhino. So yes, it's okay to take these as long as you're understanding we're in the chop and to not over leverage. As long as you get that, that's cool. If you're under here, now I'll say, let it run a little bit. Inside here, you got to take what you can get. You can't be greedy inside this liquidity box. This has been here all, you know, I've had it here since before the market opened, but yeah, we've been in here since before market open. It's already been addressed. And we knew there was going to be shaky business in here already because I have this convenient whatever this is here, you know, it's here for our convenience. So there you go. You know, there you go, Raul. That's that makes sense to me, right? That makes sense to me. Okay, see, you guys are getting it. You guys are getting it. And then you know what you can expect or what you. Okay, so here's let's talk about this one right quick. On the 5 minute, let's go to the 5 minute because this is a little more accurate. So 74. Let's see if we can find. Okay, so on the 5 minute here, if it breaks, let's say it breaks blue right here, you got to measure the risk to reward to 74. You see what I'm saying? So is it worth it to take the risk from blue to 74? Now, if we were, you know, if you get past 74, cool. Then the next target would be 70. What is this? 73.16. That'll be the next target. But you're gonna meet some major resistance or support rather at 74.03. So this is the risk to reward you need to figure out, right? While you're in here, because we know where the targets are. So on the break of this magenta here, on the break of magenta, you knew where the target was, right? It had to be top of the lick box. So the further we get away from this 74.03, the further we get away, when it breaks there, you know, then you get a better risk to reward. You understand? Let me know if that makes sense. Now also sitting here waiting. Okay, cool. Now sitting here waiting for blue, waiting for this. At some point we need to realize, hey, I made money. I made money today in this environment. You know, we were able to do something, right? This is not an easy environment. So you don't want to give any of it away. If you do, all I recommend is, in order to leave green for the day, is to only risk, to not risk more than what you made. Maybe risk a third of the profit, half the profit, something like that. And maybe, I know this may sound, this is going to be counterintuitive, but actually, yeah, I was going to say a lower delta, but we're too late in the day for that, right? We're too late in the day for a lower delta. We're expecting the price to just, you know, fade out for the rest of the day right here. This is what I've been saying all damn day. So sure, you know, if we're earlier in the day, okay, yeah, I can see that, waiting for the blue, but we're at faded decay time. Unless we get serious motion, like, you know, a good amount of red candles stacking, then I could see it. And then you'd want to wait for the break and the retest of the liquidity, right? Because we're building in green, then we want to break this blue. Now, if we're on the 1 minute from blue, it would have to be back to this right here, to this 50-50. Because the 50-50 we know has liquidity. We already know it has liquidity on the 50-50. We already proved it, right? We proved it twice. Once right here and once right here. So we know this is going to be a tough barrier to get through. So all I'm saying is, if blue does break, build in green, break the blue, don't get, you better chase it. That's all I'm saying. If it goes past, great. But up until then, now the further away we get from it, okay, that makes sense, right? So let's say blue breaks all the way up here, then that would make sense, right? Because that would just be another rejection of 76. So this would make excellent, perfect sense. But then you have to think about this. If we made all this momentum all the way up to green, you understand what I'm saying? The green scenario, or excuse me, the call scenario has to be the break, the retest, and the reject. It just has to be. If you're going to go puts way up here, put a tight stop. Put a very tight stop. Matter of fact, you could have put a 0 stop on any, or maybe $1 or $2 here, but you could have put very little risk and won a lot. Especially when I said way earlier today, puts on top, calls on bottom. Puts on top, calls on bottom. We've been saying this all day. Now, if it breaks blue, you got to measure risk to reward. If you didn't get in on the puts up here, you got to measure risk to reward now. If you're playing inside here, this is the greatest amount of risk, as you can see. As you can see it clear. This is clear. But if you're scalping, all right, that's fine. I get it. Just don't over leverage. You'll be fine. And whatever I'm saying right now today is going to apply every single day. Every day is going to be the same thing. You never need to think, what should I do here? You never need to, as long as we identify the algorithms, we have to let it settle out, right? This morning, we had to let it settle out. It took me a long time, probably a lot longer than I was comfortable with, to find the magenta. The teal was there. The teal was kind of easy. The blue took a little bit of time. It took time for the blue and the magenta, a little more than we were comfortable with, because, well, you saw the environment we're in. So it took a little bit of time, but once we got it, it just made sense. Once we got it. But if you're less risky, if you're risk averse, and you're not trying to just, if you don't like to gamble, if you want the for sure setup, you have to wait for either this or this, either one. Minimum, wait for the break of this, a break and retest of this 71.55 or 76.03. It just has to be like that. If you're willing to play the game, get in and get out. Wait for it to go into profit, and then put a reasonable stop, and then get out when it gets to your profit, even if you're a $3 hauler. Okay, here's a good example. It broke blue pretty much on this candle right here. Maybe a few minutes ago, it broke blue at 74.56. It went down to 73.73. If you're able to chase this and make it, cool. As long as you understand you're still in the liquidity box. If it goes past, then great. What is it? 73. We'll just say 74.46. 74.46 to 73.73. This is the 30 cents, right? This is the 30 cents. If it goes beyond that, great. But we know we had to deal with from blue to where? 74.04. We know we had to deal with this. We knew this was going to be some level of fight back. Support. I'm just going to say fight back, right? They're going to fight you back right here. So if you're scalping in here, this is a good scalp, right? I think I was just talking on mute. Okay, I don't know what everyone heard, so I'm just gonna repeat myself. My bad. If you did take the break of this blue for puts, let's say you took it at 74.48. If you didn't already chase it, because we knew there was going to be major fight back right here at this key level. If you didn't chase it and already take the money, then you're at the mercy now. So it's important to understand, once you're in here, you're scalping this. We just talked about it and it happened in real time. So from 74.48 down to, if you were to get it, perfectly spot on, 73.75, this is good money, right? Now, if you're following whichever strategy, you might still be in it. But we knew you can only ask for from the break of blue to right here, right? We just went over it. This is all you can ask for. If it goes past, great. So as long as everyone's clear, like, the levels are very, they're pretty good. They're pretty accurate. You know what? Let me check on VWAP. I didn't even look at VWAP. Oh, okay. Good call. Yeah. See? It's got to be more than one thing. Yes, there you go. That's smart. That's pretty smart. But what I'm saying is, on the break of the 5 minute, on the break of the 5 minute blue, if you were to get in right exactly when, you would have had to really be on it to chase this, because the key level is right here. But that was pretty good. Using VWAP as some type of support, That's a good idea. And really, I mean, did it break right here? A little bit, you know, it kind of broke. Let me zoom in. Like, sure, it kind of broke on this candle right here, but look, it went right back in, right back in, right back in. This is thin liquidity. If you ask me, that's kind of thin. I guess there's a case to be made because technically it broke below, but then immediately it just shoots right back into the blue. Now, I'm not saying it's not going to go down, but I'm expecting chop inside here. That's what I'm expecting. This candle has 30 seconds on it. That was pretty smart to use VWAP as support. So look, if we get maybe you can consider this a strong move, a strong candle, 2 green, and then red continuation. Maybe look for that. The red continuation would be obviously below VWAP as well. And then let's say it does break VWAP, and let's say we break blue and we break VWAP. You can only ask for whatever this level is right here. This right here, 72.90-ish. And if this green candle gets above this red, then look the other way. Above 74, 78. Yeah, if it gets above this one, look the other way. And in the environment we're in, you got to really be on top of it. You got to be, you know, a step ahead, actually. You got to be a step ahead. On top, not good enough. You got to be ahead. And, you know, in all honesty, this is probably not the most convincing break of blue. Three minutes on the candle. We're below the water. Above the water, maybe starting a weak bear cycle on the 5. We're below the water on the 30, but sideways. 30's been sideways all day. Okay, just to show everyone how the volume works, the volume profile. Again, usually it's on the side, but you know, it's on the bottom here. Here's what we can tell. When the price is here, a lot of volume. Everyone's interested. When the price gets up here, no volume. No one's interested. Until we got back down. You see the price right here? Look, when we got back down to the price right here, what happened to the volume? It spiked back up. See it? See that increase? When we got back to this level right here, when we got back in here, that's when the volume increased again. Now we're back inside here, no one's interested. Back inside the same level, no one's interested. Does everyone see that? How to use volume? So this is how we can use the volume profile. I don't know if ever I've been trying to get more proficient with it. So if I'm talking about it now, it's just to have repetition so it sticks in my mind. But this is what I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but this is how I read it, right? That at this level, at this price, this is where all the volume is. This is where the movement's gonna happen, at this price here. So when we get back into this price range, which is right here, right? I'm just gonna move this over. I could probably just use a lick box. Okay, never mind. I already have the lick box already made. So look, when we got inside right here, the volume, big volume spike. We got outside the lick box where the price is, volume died off. Once we got back inside this lick box, the volume spiked again. So this is how I read, or this is how I read the volume. This is how you know where you can expect some movement. Which, thinking about it now, it makes sense. Okay, I guess I might be thinking too much. But that's how I read the volume profile. I could be wrong, but whatever. If anyone has a better interpretation of it, keep it to yourself. I don't care. Because I don't really use it. We use the trends, we use the lick boxes. That's what we use. Yeah, so VWAP has a lot of support here. This blue and this VWAP, they're fighting each other. I'm not really confused. It's just, that's how I read it. If I'm wrong about it, then I'm wrong. But this is how I see it. At this price, this is where the volume is. Or excuse me. At this price, this is where the volume is. When we get back to this price, the volume kicks back up. This is just how I read it. If I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. I don't, the point of control or point of whatever you guys want to call it, it depends on what time frame you're looking at. It's going to be different, right? I think we can see it that it's right here on VWAP. So if VWAP, it might as well be your point of control. If that's what it is, then that's your point of control. Me personally, I like to use liquidity. This is what I'm comfortable with. This is what I know. This is what I'm an expert with, liquidity. I know whenever this liquidity is broken, I know everybody up here. If we get below here, I know all these MFers got stopped out. That's what I know. I know if we get up here, I know everyone down here got stopped out. So I don't even need to think. I don't need to use any indicators. I don't need any of that. I just need to look at the chart. The chart's going to tell me. If we get up here, everyone got stopped out. If we get down here, everyone up here got stopped out. This is, I don't know if it can get any easier. You're saying not necessarily, but go look at my record. Go look at my record. I do pretty well. I think a lot of us overcomplicate this stuff, right? I think it's just the market is going to go up or down. We're just trying to figure out, we're riding the wave. We need to identify when it's going to go up or down. We're using the algos to give us our best possible entry. That's why we use the algorithm, for our best possible entry. So look, on this blue, our best bet for this blue is going to be, I mean, I'm pretty sure I've already said it, but it's going to be down here from this point, because we're in this liquidity range. We need to break this liquidity. We need to break the liquidity on our blue, because there's horizontal liquidity and there's diagonal liquidity. So we're trying to use both at the same time. Once we break the horizontal, now we're going to look for the break of the diagonal. That's it. This is how I think about it. This teal is not that pretty. Let's do a different one. That's pretty much just a magenta. Never mind. It is teal. It's teal. It's just not pretty. But it doesn't have to be pretty. We just got to be right. Got you. Oops. Come on now. Okay, so this is for Tex. I'm just going to call you Tex. For Tex, we identified very early this morning that our call entries were going to be when we build liquidity in the teal. And then once this magenta breaks, this is going to be our call entry for calls. Boom, right? So we want to build in teal, break the magenta for the call. Build in teal, break the magenta for the call. So this is what we identified as our call entry on the break of our magenta. Let me know if you got that. BWD Tex. I feel like I should know what that means, but I don't. So I'm just going to call you Tex. It's going to be hard coming in later on in the day and then trying to put it all together. I know it may look confusing, but if you're in the Discord, it's take a little bit, but it makes sense. Okay, cool. So we also understood that we're in this chop box, right? So if we're in this chop box and if it breaks whatever, we need to be chasing it. We need to be chasing it at least to the next key level. If you want to wait for key level, cool. If you want to take profit, take profit. Now, if we get above this green, break and retest of this green, then you know, maybe we let it run a little bit. So I think my strategy, we try to do a hybrid of supply and demand, along with liquidity with our trend lines or algorithm. What I'm offering is 30 cents on a play, right? So if it goes 30 cents, we got to consider that a win, because we're scalping, we're day trading, right? Especially in this environment right here. So let's say you were Johnny on the spot and you got 74.59 on the call. You know, this is over 30 cents, right? So technically we'd say this is a win. Bang. You know, I like it to go a little bit more, but it is what it is. So on our 5-minute chart, it's probably a little more accurate than that 1 minute. Right here again, bang, the win. So you can see the wins that we had from today. If you're still watching on the 5-minute chart, we had the initial break of magenta here for the big win. We had a break of blue, which is our put scenario, but we also had a shoulder right here. So we had a shoulder here on a break and retest, which gave us our put scenario, which this is a good win as well. And then we broke our magenta right here. So the break and magenta for the call, break and magenta for the call. So if you just follow the strategy and you were, you know, did what you needed to do, they were all winners. I think a little bit of chop somewhere, probably up here, a little bit of chop. When we identified the actual chop was around here. Yeah, Tex, I think if you were here from this morning, I know it look if you're just tuning in now, you're like, what the shit is on the screen right here? But if you were here this morning, it'd probably be a lot easier to follow along. A lot of it would make a lot more sense. But I get it. You know, if you're just tuning in, you're like, what the hell? This looks like kung fu. But I consider it an organized mess, because everything has its place and it goes exactly where it needs to go, and we got a pretty good record. We got a pretty good record. Also, Rhino, good call out on that 5-minute chart. This candle has 3.5 on it. That's a good question, and it really depends. Normally, it would just be the break of, and then if you take the break, either you're gonna chase it, or you're gonna wait for the retest, and then you're gonna wait for a little bit of pullback like this. So there's two ways to go about it. You're either chasing it and getting what you get, or you're gonna hold, and you're gonna put your stop where it needs to go. But because we're in this you see what we're in. We're in this chop here. The rules are a little bit different. If we were below this range or above this range, we let it run. We let it run a little bit. But because we're in the chop, you got to chase this sort of stuff. Like we identified the chop, right? So there's no reason to even think anything other than chop. But that's a good question. But in the Discord, I also give exit strategies. So there's entry and exit strategies for different risk profile, right? Depending on the type of risk you like to take, I give strategies for all the above. So for example, this one right here, let's say you were to take this breaking magenta right here. There's one where we wait for the legs to close. Once the legs close, then you might want to start thinking about adjusting your stop or taking profit. You can take it on, chase it, or wait for the legs to close. Those are the two options. So this one, we would still be in exit strategy 1. The legs haven't closed yet. So sometimes I think the initial break, and then look, it's gonna retest. If you didn't take it, if you didn't chase it and take your profit here, then if you're exit strategy 1, you're at least allowing for the second bite at the apple, or at least allowing the legs to close. So you give yourself another chance before it, because you know what the market likes to do, right? They like to give you a false sense of hope, turn around, smack you in the face, and then keep going, right? So I've already accounted for this. So we would still be in exit strategy 1. So if you entered exactly when you should have, if you survived the pullback, now you get another shot at the apple, another bite at the apple. That's what you're hoping for. But again, we're in this environment, so if people are a little more cautious and taking profit, I get it. I get it. And then now I'd say, now you need to start thinking about tightening up your stop, right? You survive that. This is what I'd normally say, whether you're here or not. You survive the hard part. Now you need to start thinking about tightening up your stop, secure your profit. Don't let it go against you. That's what I would say at this point. If you get stopped out for $3, okay, be a $3 hauler. I've been a $3 hauler many nights. I mean, many nights in my life. $3 hauler just means, you took something off. You took something. You got something out of it. But look, this late in the day, theta is going to start eating up your contract. We know we're just chopping around. There's nothing really to do until we get above this green. I'm just going to move this over like this. Nothing's changed. Same setup. It's all the same. We've already identified the liquidity. There's really nothing more to even think about. It has to be whatever I'm drawing on the screen. It just has to be like that. But I like all your questions. Those are very good questions. Those are the questions you should be having. The colors are basically, so let's say I draw one. Whichever is the next in line. I usually go from right to left. So there is no specific rhyme or reason. It's just left to right, whichever's next in line. So every day, I think, yeah. So every day is going to be different. Every day is going to be different. Hey, Tex, I'm going to read you the analysis that I had this morning. So every morning I get up and I make a trading plan for the members so we know exactly what to expect. I'm going to read you the analysis from this morning, all right? This is for you, Tex. Traders, we had a negative jobs report. We're seeing volatility this morning. Expect higher premiums, volatility, chop in the morning session. I said today's a perfect day to paper trade. Some paths, because I draw out paths, may be invalid by market open. Trade light if you decide to get involved. And then I went into the trade chat. Okay, and then I have another text chat thing in the Discord, and it says, traders, the intraday algos may not be respected today. We need to zoom out when we see big moves like this in the morning's pre-market. Perfect day to learn. No need to risk anything. Consider today research and development, especially after the big wins from yesterday. So this was posted in our early this morning. This is already posted early this morning before the market opened, at least 24 minutes before the market opened. So we already expected this. Also on our 5-minute chart, I had already had this liquidity box marked out. This liquidity box was marked out early this morning before the market opened, and these no man land little wavy things that I have here already marked out this morning, way before the market opened. If you get in the live stream like a little bit before market open, you might even see me doing some editing on the charts. On our 5-minute chart, the Discord, we use the 5-minute chart to trade off of. We use the 5-minute chart. So just to reiterate what I was saying, we already identified the environment that we're going to be in the morning. We already identified key levels, and we already identified where the chop was going to be early before the market even opened. So yeah, you can check it out if you want. Well, I wouldn't do it today. Do it on Sunday night if you want to be ready for Monday. I'll give you a free session. You can get in the Discord. Yeah, do it Sunday night or something like that, and then you can get a free. You might want to hurry up because I'm not going to be doing the free stuff for much longer. It's more harm than good at this point because scammers. But anyways, try it on, what do you call it, Sunday night or early Monday, whatever. And join. It's going to ask you for the credit card. It's only if you want to continue. If you don't want to continue, just cancel, and no harm, no foul. If you don't want to continue, just cancel. You'll be fine. But if you do want to see what's happening before, well, my analysis before the market opens, it's probably advantageous. It's very rare that I get it wrong. Very rare. I'm not saying it's not going to happen eventually. It just hasn't happened yet. We've been going strong since February 3rd of 2025. Yeah, for sure. So I'm also getting better as time goes on, right? I'm getting better. So I didn't always have the liquidity boxes. So if you look at my earlier videos, you're not going to see any of this. This took, I understood we needed a hybrid approach. There wasn't just a one size fits all for day trading. And I like confirmations. I like security when we trade. You know, I like to identify risks before, way ahead of time. So for example, this is called a 50-50, this little bullseye thing right here. I had already identified hours ago that if the price was going to retrace, that we got a 50-50 shot from this point here if it was going to shoot up or shoot down. Now, since it shot up, we knew that our entry was going to have to be for calls on the break of magenta. So this was an easy trade, right? We had our 50-50. Now, if we don't know what's going to happen, this magenta told us what was going to happen because we built liquidity inside the teal here. You see this teal? We built up liquidity in here, but once we broke this magenta, you know, it can only be one way. Not only, but we had a high likelihood of success. That's all I'm saying. The probabilities are in our favor. That's what I'm trying to say. So on the 50-50, the entry was here, easy money. Not easy, I can't say that because YouTube, but whatever. So if the 50-50 went the other way, then we're gonna look for, you know, at this time, this was here. So if the 50-50 went the other way, then we needed to see this. We needed to see a break, a retest, and a reject, most likely of this 71.97, whichever key level I have here. This would have been the entry for puts. Right? So it's very clear, in my opinion, it's pretty simple. I don't think it can get much more easy than what I do here. So if you're interested, yeah, check it out on Monday. Now again, they're going to ask you for the credit card. It doesn't mean you're signing up for anything. It just means that if you are ready, you don't have to do anything. It's already stored, right? Chances are you're going to be like, okay, I'm about this. I'm very confident with it. You know, if you can clearly see what's happening right in front of your face right now, then I think the choice is pretty simple. But you know what? You seem like a smart person. I don't know, male or female. You seem like a smart person because you're asking the right questions. These are the questions you should be asking. And I like when people ask me the questions. I don't have to hide from my call outs. I don't need to hide from it because I know we're not going to win them all, but I know we have a very high win rate if we just follow the strategy. And sometimes it's not pretty, but it is what it is, right? So for example, if you took this magenta, you put your stop below the last low, or even if you wanted to be a little more conservative, below the last low, or risky, below the last low here, magenta here, the last low was here. If you let it play out, look where we are right now, right? Here's a second bite at the apple we wanted to see. And all of this is it's all in the lesson. So I have a whole bunch of lessons, not a whole bunch, probably about 7 or 8. There's lessons in there to teach everybody what I'm talking about. And you know, we can see it literally happening right in front of our face. So here's our next bite at the apple. Bang. So if you didn't survive this, if you took profit here, fine. But there's more than one way to skin a cat. And I hate cats. I don't hate them, but I'm not a big fan of cats. But there's more than one way to skin a cat. And as long as we don't get greedy and we understand the environment we're in, we understand the risk to reward, I think we'll be fine. I think we'll be fine. And look, I know I get it. Holding for this type of drawdown, this is not comfortable. But you know, I've also posted, which I don't do often, but I also post on a few occasions where, look, I took a trade here, I had to survive. I had to survive, and it took 30, 45 minutes, but the best thing I could have done was sticking to my plan. That's the best thing, sticking to the strategy. That's the best thing I could have done, because there are many times where I'm like, oh man, I should just stop out for, let's say it gets down here. I should just stop out for a $7 loss. I should just stop out for a $30 loss. Or what I'm realizing is our best bet is to let the winner win. If we already identified that we need to build in teal and break the magenta, let it win. Just let it win. Follow the strategy. Don't be greedy. I give all the criteria. You'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's very rare that the market hits a level and just turns around. Usually they want to test it again. They like to retest stuff. So it's all in the Discord. You just gotta, it may take you maybe a weekend to get through it. Not that you couldn't do it all in one day, but you're probably gonna be tired of listening to my shitty ass voice for 25 to 45 minutes at a time. You're gonna be tired of listening to it. You're gonna get tired of looking at charts and talking about this sort of stuff. So, give yourself a weekend maybe. Yeah, you'll be fine. But what I can say with utmost confidence is that if we just follow the plan, we have a better chance of success than not. I'm not saying we're going to get 4, 5, 6 points in every move. I'm offering 30 cents. I think 30 cents is enough to take profit, stop out, with a 50 delta. If you put a reasonable delta, take profit, stop out, mitigate loss, whatever you need to do. I think 30 cents is enough. And if we stack on enough 30-cent wins throughout the day, or even throughout the week, mathematically speaking, based on everything we do, I'm gonna put a end of day report, a win. Oh yeah, if you go on the Discord, you can also see at the end of every day in the trade chat. Go to the channel called Trade Chat. You'll see the wins every single day that we post, and the wins are either the break of whatever the shit that I say, or it's gonna be a path or a drawing, right? Maybe the shoulder right here, for example. I think it was right here I had a shoulder. So this shoulder here, I'd classify, this one has to be a win. And technically, I guess you can say the break of blue, because break of blue was for the puts. But sometimes there's just going to be a shoulder because not enough data has gone by to where I can see the algorithm. So essentially, I'm just thinking ahead and saying a certain thing needs to happen at this price, and I'll draw it, right? But yeah, take your time, bud. Take your time. There's no rush. Stock market ain't going nowhere. Okay, my laptop just went crazy. Okay, I'm gonna let this settle out. I'm not expecting a lot at 14:30. I think at the end of the day, we'll see the last 10 minutes. I think we're gonna see what they want to do. Here's what we do know. We do know that we have, they retested 76.01. I'll just say 76. They retested 76 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 times today, and each time it was smacked down. So either this is gonna happen here, or we're gonna have this. But either way, this right here is nothing to mess with in here. A lot of liquidity built up right here. So whatever the move is, it may not be today. Maybe they're gonna wait for after hours to make that move, and then it's gonna move a lot. It's gonna move a lot. But so it's either gonna be this right here to the upside with this pattern right here that I have, or it's gonna be the rejection of 76 for the downside. Either one. But it's most likely gonna be one of these. It just has to be mathematically. I'm not saying today, this is a longer term outlook. And then look, we have our daily chart. Look at this daily chart. So on our daily, I've had this here for a little bit. We want to see a break, a retest, and a rejection on our daily chart. This is what we want to see in our daily chart. So far the downside starting to hit, right? So far that downside is starting to hit. Now we have the 200 MA at 53.87 as of right now, or a little bit higher, 54, let's say. So this starting to hit. All right, I'm gonna take a little bit. I'm gonna circulate some blood. I'm gonna let this keep playing in the background. I'm not gonna jump off. I'm just gonna let this play in the background. So I'll be right back. Let me get a second. I'm probably gonna have to, yeah, I need to eat something. So I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Let's see what we got. Oh damn, this break of blue here. Oh, this one was because it kind of broke over here as well. All right, let me see. There. I'm gonna take this one away because it's too late. All right, look, we've had the same pattern since, look, puts in the top, calls on the bottom, puts in the top, calls on the bottom. We already went over this. Let's see what happens when we, if we break underneath this, we need to do this right here, watch. Just gonna extend this over just a little bit. All this needs to happen for puts. Otherwise, we're just still in the chop. Still in chop, and we don't have a lot of time left, right? So there's a lot of movement needs to happen for either direction. We're dead in the middle of the liquidity. We're exactly in the middle. That means everyone that's buying and selling in here, they're okay with the price. They're okay with the price. So we're back at the middle. We got nothing here. A lot of movement needs to happen. You know, the last 10 minutes, that's probably going to be the only thing we got going on here. Which we got about 45 minutes left, so. Got a minute and 25 on, or a minute and 20 on this candle right here. Let's see if this one ends up being a inverted hammer. And then we got to see if the next one, if this is an inverted hammer, then we got to see if they reject off of, meaning reject to the upside, off of 73.41. If not, we need to see that next candle take us into at least a liquidity box. We want to see a retest of 73.16 and then rejection. So all of that has to happen. If that doesn't happen, then there's no trade. We're just stuck in here, right? The no man's land that we identified since before the market opened. I got a question. How did you identify no man's land before the market opened? That's a good question. I don't know how to answer that question, but I don't know how to answer the question. If I'm being honest, I don't know how to answer the question. I'd have to go through the process at the time whenever I drew it up this morning. Let's see. 76 had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 tests. 6 tests. One of them's gonna win. One of them has to win. Clean up the chart. All right, so this candle was pretty much a doji. Let's see if this one gives us. We got 4 minutes on this candle, pretty much. So this candle has some time. Let's see what this candle tells us right here. If we get in between whatever this little area is right here, it's gonna get hectic in here, okay? If we get down up in here, it's gonna be revealing. We need to look for a continuation pattern to the downside if we get inside of this. Here, I probably need to redraw it. Let me redraw it. Bad, I was late on this green because I was away. There. All right, so we're at major liquidity. I'm just gonna extend this one over. I was late on this green, my bad. I was away. My bad. I was late on this green, man. I'm sorry. It's. I went away and I went at 8 and I took a whole shower and everything. I was trying to rush. I was a little bit late on this green. Okay, so we still need to verify if it's gonna do this or not. We still need to verify it's gonna do, we're just gonna use the 5 minute for right now, because the 1 minute's, I don't like the 1 minute. I'm here, I'm just being quiet. All right, if you took this shoulder, don't overstay your welcome. So every shoulder means a break, a retest, and a reject, right? Here, look, every shoulder means a break, a retest, and a reject. That's what every shoulder is, so allow that to happen. Okay. All right. I was a little late on this one, my bad, but we made up for it with the break and retest right here. All right, we're testing, what is this, 7155. It's a major level right here, 7155. Major level. Everyone cool? Everyone cool? The alert went off, by the way. I'm here, I'm gonna be quiet, I'm off to the side. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Who doubted me? Who doubted? Which one of you doubted me? Which one? Somebody. Hold on, I'm taking names. Wait. I'm taking names. Who doubted me? One of y'all doubted me. Look at the trading plan from this morning. Long-term inverse cup and handle. Look at the where it rejected. Right? The long-term inverse cup and handle. Look where it rejected. Here, let's go through it. Analysis. Long-term IC and H. Right? We wanted the price to go down to a little bit above 669.96. Retrace back up to 76.01 and then continue down, right? To 76.01. This is, we already knew what was going to happen today. We already knew, and if you didn't take this flexion right here, it's too late now. Don't try to jump in now. We're too late in the day for that. This right here, absolute perfection. There's nothing more I can do. There's nothing more I can do. Look, if you took the flexion point from 73.16, it went all the way down to 71.74, and it's still going. There's nothing more I can do, okay? We've had a great day. We knew what needed to happen for the upside. We knew what had to happen for the upside. We knew what had to happen for the downside. It just simply had to be like, I was a little late on this green. My bad. I was doing stuff. But we had a trading plan. The trading plan was spot on. The trading plan was spot the hell on. To the penny. You know, the same thing we always say. Every single price point hit to perfection. Right? I'm going to let this run another 8 minutes, and then I got to get out of here. I have to get out of here in exactly 8 minutes. So let me go ahead and do I got to do some admin. I'll be right back. I need to borrow this chart. Okay, that was a session, pretty good session. If you're interested in learning how to trade with us, go to livespytrading.com. I'll get you sorted out. If you join, you'll see that we have trading plans in the live spy analysis. If you go to the long-term inverse cup and handle, you'll see that we already called this. I'm gonna put out a video later on today. You'll see it. Yeah, you're gonna see the video later on today. It's gonna take me a little bit though. Anyways, have a good day. YouTube has been a pleasure. Goodbye.